Welcome to Michelle's Sanctuary. You are listening to Rainy Retreats, a continuous collection of calm bedtime stories set in cozy, rain-soaked locales to help you relax, unwind, and fall asleep naturally. I am Michelle, and as you listen, I invite you to think of me as the voice of a longtime friend and fellow dreamer, here to gently remind you how much you deserve deep and restful sleep tonight. So take a slow breath in and let the day fall away with the soothing rain. There is something about the steady rhythm of rain, the way it softens the edges of the world, that invites you to loosen your grip and slip into rainy reveries. As these stories unfold, you will find yourself along the Cornish coast, where salt-worn stones glisten beneath a steady drizzle, drifting then through amber-lit streets in a sleeping autumn city before stepping into the hush of an Alpine Bookshop inn where winter rain falls softly down the eaves. You may tuck yourself into the nook of a quiet attic, listening as the storm settles in around you, or breathe in the cool, electric air of a summer storm at a secluded cabin, or wander through the soft floral mist of a Lavender Inn at night before finally coming to rest beside the fire in a stone inn nestled deep in the Cotswolds. No matter where these stories lead, each one offers a glimpse of rain's most evocative moments as you are gently sheltered from the storm. At any point, you may let the story soften into the background, allowing the rhythm of the rain to carry you forward with ease. I invite you to now enjoy a few slow, relaxing breaths to set the tone for this journey. Let out a soft sigh and breathe in the clean, refreshing air of rain, allowing your body to expand and release with each inhale and exhale. And now we gently count down together. 5. A soft release begins at the crown of your head, as if the gentle hush of rain is settling there. Your forehead smooths, your eyes grow heavy, you relax your jaw, and the muscles of your face soften completely. Inhale the cool, clean scent of rain. If a yawn comes, you may let it rise and fall away in a sigh. 4. That softness moves down through your neck and into your shoulders as they drop, releasing the weight of the day. Your arms grow heavy, supported and still. 3. The thrum of rain continues as your chest and belly soften. Your breath becomes slower, easier. Your back releases into quiet support. 2. Now your lower body lets go completely. Your hips, legs, and feet grow heavy as if grounded by the steady presence of rain itself. Any remaining tension dissolves, it flows away, one from the crown of your head to the soles of your feet and palms in your hands. Your entire body rests in peace. Nothing to hold, nothing to do, nowhere to arrive. And in this blissful state, it's time for our first story to begin. The old cottage in Cornwall. Daphne du Maurier once penned about Cornwall. I walk this land with a dreamer's freedom and with a waking man's perception. Places, houses whispered to me their secrets and shared with me their sorrows and their joys. With endless stories carried on the sea mist, you can feel Cornwall's wild energy in the cool breeze off the Atlantic. Its craggy cliffs and stone villages along the western coast are connected by winding narrow roads and paths that offer breathtaking views and steep climbs. Generations of seafarers found refuge in its harbors and beach coves, while fishing villages grew over time. In the 19th century, Cornwall was one of the world's most important mining districts, abundant with tin and copper. The moods of its quaint villages and towns are shaped by the sea and the storm clouds that roll in on their own accord. Verdant emerald hills weave throughout the sweeping cliffs, creating a space that balances ruggedness and charm. Cornwall has a fierce, independent spirit that invites us to slow down and pay attention to the lively, powerful, and beautiful forces of nature all around us. St. Ives is a town of captivating contrasts, where the fierce power of the Atlantic meets the quiet charm of a sheltered harbor and a thriving art community. It's the perfect Cornish holiday destination, offering a chance to engage in cozy village life and yet still escape to quietude along the coast, where you have rented a historic cottage. Morning walks to the village create an ideal start to each day, and as you arrive at its harbor, the weather feels too perfect to last. The air is crisp and clean, with a scent of salt and fresh pasties, and a sun so bright it seems to promise an endless day. There is no hint in the vast blue of the sky that by afternoon the serene scene will give way to a dramatic Atlantic storm. The cool morning breeze carries the pleasant, rich scent of the ocean, mixed with the rich yeasty aroma of fresh baked bread from a village bakery. The air of St. Ives keeps time with the ever-changing scents from early morning baked goods and coffee to afternoon tea, to the evening trails of wood smoke tracking the passage of hours as reliably as a grandfather clock. The soundtrack of the morning keeps time as well. The distant rhythmic clang of a mast against a boat joins the soft rustle of a newspaper being unfolded by a rugged older man in a plaid wool baker's cap perched on a bench nearby, and the distinctive cry of a gull soaring overhead. You peer out at the harbor, covered in the slightest mist that has inspired many Cornish oil paintings throughout the centuries. A few fishing boats and sailboats remain in the harbor, their ropes coiled neatly, their paint peeling in places from years of salt and sun. The water is a brilliant turquoise in the shallows, deepening to an impossible sapphire blue farther out. On the opposite side of the harbor, dozens of stone cottages and fishermen's houses climb the steep hill, their slate and thatched roofs catching the morning light. The unfolding scene presents the perfect picture of quiet, simple charm. You find an old, weathered wooden bench along the quay, and amongst a few seabirds that look at you with curiosity, you run your hand over its salt, smooth surface, feeling the cool, grainy texture against your palm. The bench creaks a soft hello as you sit, and you take a moment to simply absorb the morning. Your eyes trace the activity unfolding before you. A fisherman mends his nets, his fingers moving with a practiced, fluid rhythm. The ropes coiled on his boat are wet and glistening, their scent of salt and tar carried on the breeze. Across the water, two children not yet old enough for school splash at the water's edge, their excited shouts muffled by the distance as a guardian looks after them. A few seagulls stand patiently on the harbor wall, waiting for an opportune moment to swoop. The cool bench warms beneath you as the sun rises higher, and you feel its warmth on your face and arms. The waves lap ever so gently in a soothing rhythm, representing the town's quiet heartbeat on easy mornings like today. After a while, a desire to explore begins to stir, and you rise and stretch your arms overhead, your chest open to the Atlantic. In Cornwall, layers are a must, and you remove your windbreaker. Stepping away from the harbor, you follow a cobbled street that winds its way between ancient stone buildings. The stone pathways are worn smooth, by centuries of footsteps, and you can feel the uneven texture beneath your feet. You take your time, letting the pace of the village guide you. The narrowness of the streets creates a sense of intimacy and requires negotiation with the occasional vehicle and other passers-by as you share the space. You find yourself drawn to the white mullioned bay windows of a cafe. You settle into a plush floral cushion chair with a perfect vantage point to watch the village go about its day from a quiet place. Chopin plays softly in the background, and the doors remain open, allowing the cool breeze to circulate with the pleasant briny scent of the sea, mixed with the intoxicating aroma of Earl Grey tea. Rustic wooden shelves are filled to the brim with colorful nautical cups and teapots for sale, alongside glass jars of tea leaves and coffee beans. The interior is vibrant, managing to capture the essence of English gardens, coastal charm, and artistic communities with its decor and settings. A waitress in a long, flowy navy skirt and a cream sweater approaches with a warm smile, and you decide to indulge in afternoon tea. Soon, a steaming purple pot of your preferred blend is placed before you, along with a plate of warm scones, a small dish of clotted cream, and a generous lavender pot of strawberry jam. You pour yourself a cup. The delicate floral scent of the tea mingling with the sweet aroma of the jam. As you spread the rich, thick clotted cream onto a scone, you savor the moment, reveling in this afternoon tradition. It's a time to wind down, to sip and indulge. The clinking teacups on saucers and small metal knives dipping into pots of cream join the soft murmurs of guests, enjoying this local gem of a spot. As you finish your tea, warm, satiated, and replenished, you feel ready to venture out to explore the charming village of St. Ives. You pay and thank the friendly cafe owner, who smiles and wishes you a lovely day. Small, delightful shops fill the narrow, winding lanes. The tall stone buildings close in overhead, giving the streets a sense of cozy enclosure. A wave of savory, peppery steam and baked pastry greets you as you pass by a pasty shop. The iconic Cornish pasty, a hearty meal in a crimpled pastry case, was the staple food for miners. A self-contained lunch they could eat without cutlery, holding the thick pastry edge in their dirty hands, tossing it away after. The scent of pasties gives way to the familiar, comforting, sweet smell of books and dusty wooden shelves as you pass a small bookshop. Its window a chaotic but charming display of well-loved classics and local history books. Next door, a shop window displays handcrafted pottery with mugs and bowls and soft earthy tones. You step inside, and the air is cool and still, smelling of clay and the subtle scent of fresh flowers in a ceramic vase on the counter. Your fingers trace the smooth, cool surface of a mug, feeling the care with which it was made. Next door, a small art gallery is filled with vibrant paintings of the Cornish coast, each one capturing the dynamic energy of the sea and the sky. You linger, allowing your eyes to drink in the bold blues, greens, and blending of the two, showcased on the painted landscapes. As you wander, you encounter fellow travelers and friendly locals. Everyone seems to be in a similarly peaceful mood, sharing quiet nods as they pass. You overhear a couple planning a coastal walk, and a woman asking a shopkeeper for directions to a specific path. There's a sense of shared purpose, a quiet understanding that everyone here is seeking a moment of afternoon peace, committed to taking it easy. This neighborliness goes beyond greetings and can be sensed in the unhurried way people move and the shared glances of appreciation for the village, and in the unspoken permission to simply slow down. The sun continues to climb, and its light illuminates every detail. The tiny wildflowers growing from cracks in the stone walls, the bright scarlet door of a cottage, the glimmer of sea glass in a shop window. By late afternoon, you feel a subtle shift in the air. The bright sun is still there, but a thin, almost imperceptible haze has begun to soften its light. A new scent emerges, a damp, mineral-like smell, carried on a slight increase in the wind. It hints of rain and distant storms. You realize this is your signal to begin the walk back to the cottage. With a final, content look at the village, you begin your ascent, turning away from the bustling streets and toward the rugged coastal path. This walk is different. The sounds of the village, the gulls, the conversations, the distant church bell recede, replaced by the deep, rhythmic roar of the Atlantic. The path winds along the cliffside, its grassy edges giving way to gorse and heather. You can feel the wind move more directly here. A cool, steady push against your body. The sky, which was once a brilliant, uniform blue, is now a tumultuous canvas of change. Far out over the horizon, a band of deep, stormy purple gray stretches across the water, a stark contrast to the brilliant blue overhead. Streaks of steely gray and pearlescent white bleed into the sky, giving it a dramatic, moody depth. Each step feels purposeful, and the rhythm of your walking begins to match the rhythm of the waves below. Left foot, right foot, inhale, exhale. The physical exertion of the walk, combined with the wild beauty of the surroundings, brings you back to yourself in this moment. The world narrows to just this moment. The feel of the wind, the sound of the ocean, and the path beneath your feet. A comfortable heaviness begins to settle in your limbs, a natural weariness that promises a deep and restorative sleep. It is not an unpleasant exhaustion, but a welcome, gentle wave of sleepiness that washes over you with each step. Perched high on the cliff, the old stone cottage peeks out from behind a grassy hill, a small, sturdy silhouette against the churning sea. The hill is abundant with native flowers, purple thistles, yellow gorse, and tiny white blossoms, their delicate shapes swaying in the wind. The cottage is built of thick weathered stone, its slate roof a deep charcoal color. A small sturdy chimney juts out against the stormy clouds and will soon send a plume of smoke into the darkening sky. The cottage looks as though it has always belonged there. Born of the craggy cliffs, it's a natural extension of the coastline. This timeless, charming dwelling has been a refuge for many souls, carved into the rich Cornish earth. Sensing you have a little time before the storm begins, you relish a few more moments outside and stop at a small secluded beach below. The path winds down through a fissure in the cliffside, and you descend to a strip of soft, dark, golden sand. You remove your shoes, grounding yourself in the cool, damp sand as the fine grains rise between your toes. The waves roll in gently here, a soft, hushed lapping compared to the roar you heard on the path above. You sit down on a smooth, flat stone and simply watch the sea as it licks at the soles of your feet. The water becomes a deep, brooding purple-gray now, mirroring the sky above. You stay for a few moments, allowing the last of the day's light to fade into the gathering storm. The sea air is heavy and fresh, and the coolness of the sand beneath you anchors you to this moment. Reluctantly, you begin your final ascent to the cottage. The path becomes a series of stairs built directly into the cliff face from old logs and sturdy stone. The wood is worn smooth and gray, and the steps are uneven. The climb requires your full attention, a rhythmic, steady effort. As you ascend, the light fades further, and the plum-gray sky deepens to a rich, velvety color. You can feel the moisture in the air increasing, a cool, clinging feeling on your skin. With each step, the wind seems to moan, echoing the coming storm. The last few steps are the steepest, and as you reach the top, you feel the final, wonderful wave of exhaustion wash over you. Just as you arrive at the sturdy gray cottage door, its wood slightly frayed and soft, the storm arrives with a sudden gust of wind. A single fat, cool raindrop hits your cheek, then another lands on your arm, and another, quickly turning into a steady downpour. You reach for the heavy iron handle, and as the door opens into the restored interior, the sound of the storm is immediate and intense. the ancient roar of the wind around the chimney, and the steady, hypnotic drumming of rain on the leaded glass windows. A Maine Coon named Mrs. Danvers is the resident cat, and she sits demurely on the welcome mat, waiting to be greeted. She purrs against the palm of your hand, the vibrations felt deeply. The old cottage is the perfect haven from the storm, a sanctuary that has stood the test of many. The thick stone walls are painted a creamy white, and the ceilings are low and beamed with dark old wood. The floorboards are wide and worn, polished smooth by time. In the corner, a small fireplace is filled with kindling and a few sturdy logs, just waiting to be lit. You light a long wooden match, and a tiny flame leaps to life, catching the kindling and then the wood. The fire begins to crackle and pop, a cheerful, warm sound that fills the room. The scent of burning wood mixes with the salty air and the clean rain you brought in with you. Mrs. Danvers watches from a comfortable, overstuffed navy armchair by the fire, her fluffy tail twitching slowly. This cottage, you learn from a note that's framed on the mantelpiece, once belonged to a writer. It was a place she came to find peace, to write, and to watch the storms roll in over the Atlantic. Now it is your haven. You watch the dancing flames of the fire, the way the orange gold light flickers across the stone walls, and the shadowy movement of the branches of the tree outside the window, tossed by the wind. You feel your body begin to relax completely. The weariness from your walk has settled into a comfortable, heavy warmth in your limbs. The music of the storm outside, the rain, the wind, the crash of the waves invite you to get cozier and hunker down. You consider all the souls who have weathered storms like this at sea, longing to return to the safe harbors of Cornwall. You find yourself listening with your whole being to the ancient song of the Atlantic. Your muscles soften, your jaw relaxes, and your mind becomes still. Eventually you stand and make your way into a modest bedroom designed for comfort and simplicity. A small leaded pane window looks out over the stormy sea. Its dozens of diamond glass panes framing the scene as the falling rain softly distorts the views. A high, elegant ivory bed frame features a plush mattress covered with a navy blue and white nautical comforter. The walls are a calming blue-gray, and the floor is a single wide plank of dark wood. On a small nightstand sits an antique brass lantern that glows softly as the room becomes darker. You step into the washroom and enjoy a quick hot shower. You towel off and change into a pair of soft, comfortable loungewear pants and a cozy, long-sleeved shirt. The fabric feels gentle against your skin, a welcome relief after the day's walk. The chill of the room is quickly replaced by the warmth of the fire from the next room. Before you climb into bed, Mrs. Danvers settles in the middle, ready to snuggle as you find your way beneath the crisp percale sheets and comforter. Unaware of time, you simply respond to the delicate invitation to sleep. As the fire crackles, the rain falls, and you are held in this perfect moment, ready to let go. You give in to the easy tug of sleepiness as the storm rages outside, the wind whistling around the cottage, and the rain falling steadily on the roof. And as you surrender to the heavy rhythm of the falling rain, you may let it carry you effortlessly to sleep or into your next rainy escape. Rainy autumn in the old city. What better place to spend a rainy afternoon than amidst the tree-lined canals during peak fall foliage, where the glistening cobblestones double the beauty in dreamy reflections. As you step out into the cool, misty air, rain softly patters on your clear bubble umbrella, and the ancient cobbled city of Utrecht unfolds before you. Nestled in the heart of the Netherlands, Utrecht is a place of profound peace with touches of modernity, but its timeless beauty glimmers in the facades of centuries-old townhomes. Its geographical history as an easily defended river crossing and former Roman border post explains its unique linear structure, built around a deep curved loop of a canal that anchors its core. The gray clouds overhead cause the rich autumn hues to pop, creating a view so picturesque it feels like an oil pastel rendering has come to life. With each careful step on the rain-splattered lanes, the city reveals it is an ideal destination for contemplation. Its history is palpable, rooted in the remnants of a medieval Roman fortress and crowned by the soaring, singular dome tower that has watched over the city for centuries. Every narrow, winding lane, every path along the canals offers an aesthetic of old, unhurried charm. The architecture is a study in protective coziness. Tall, slender brick townhouses, gabled roofs, and a network of quiet streets that make it easy to hide and disappear into a cozy shop or cafe. With such ease, you wander with no particular destination in mind, proud of doing your best to make the most of a rainy day. Your feet are kept warm and dry in fleece-lined galoshes in a vibrant autumn color that adds cheer to the muted grays of this rainy day and makes you smile. Like many locals, you dress in layers, with a trench coat over a knitted sweater and soft-worn jeans. This easy day invites you to wander, a scavenger hunt of one cozy nook after the next in an ancient city that feels new to you. Stone walls create a protective canyon of cobblestone, where vibrant daffodil and marigold-hued leaves dance in the light rain, slowly sailing through the winding lanes. Prismatic raindrops paint the leaves, magical orbs like crystal balls, reflecting the old buildings and rich autumn colors as they land in puddles that also serve to reflect the poster card-worthy beauty of Utrecht. Every once in a while, your snug galoshes land in a puddle, making a splash that adds to the soothing soundtrack of falling rain and footsteps. Even in this soft downpour, you see the occasional bicycle glide by, its wheels murmuring on the slick brick. Dutch souls are undeterred in their bike-loving cities, and the sight of a hooded cyclist mirrors perfectly in the glistening lane to only add to the charm. The rain becomes like a glue stick, arranging a mosaic of crimson, gold, and buttercup yellow leaves of varying pointed shapes, so they cling to the earth. You savor the cool, fresh air against your skin, the ease with which your clear bubble umbrella shields you from the rain and slight breeze, while offering perfect clarity to observe the city around you. One hand grips its handle while your other tucks into the warmth of your pocket. You feel a deep sense of contentment and accomplishment, bringing yourself out despite the rain. You come across the warmly lit window display of an inviting bookshop with colorful children's books arranged alongside coffee table books featuring elegant black and white photos of Dutch cities. You catch your reflection in the leaded glass windows as raindrops squiggle down the individual panes in a mesmerizing pattern. The rain brings a sleepiness, an ease to your thoughts, as the world becomes dreamy in its spell. The shop piques a delightful curiosity, inspiring you to search for a new book to revel in the comfort of your townhouse later tonight. You push open the heavy wooden door, and the tiny bell above the frame gives a soft, welcoming chime. You step out of the drizzle and into the delicious, dry warmth of the shop, carefully placing your umbrella in a bronze holder that houses a vibrant array of varying umbrellas in different shapes and sizes and colors. The immediate change in temperature causes your cheeks to flush a little as warmth returns to them. You find yourself inhaling deeper, taking in the sweet scent of paper, leather bindings, and a faint, comforting whiff of beeswax polish. You pause for a moment to watch the rain sluice down the window pane, your mind settling, already appreciating the contrast between the lively energy of the street and the hushed reverence of the bookstore. The shop's interior contains both old-world charm and modern aesthetics, with long, tubular ivory lights dangling from the high ceilings. Towering shelves of dark wood rise up to the vaulted ceiling, creating cozy aisles lined with countless stories. You run your fingertips lightly along the spines, feeling the subtle textures of linen and embossed gold, moving through the compelling corridors. Your fingers graze titles in languages you don't know, feeling the weight of the centuries preserved here in print. All these words and stories around you are just waiting to change somebody's life. This is a space where the noise of the outside world simply cannot penetrate, with only the gentle sound of cars and bikes on the slick road heard when someone enters or leaves the shop. You take your time perusing, reconnecting with the excitement you first felt when you were given the freedom to choose the words you most desired to consume. You find something new, the perfect weight in your hands, and you intuitively feel this is the right book for this escape to Utrecht. And so you grab it and check out. The cashier has a warm smile, offering a free cardboard bookmark featuring a picturesque scene of the city in fall. Tucked away in the very back of the shop, you spot a door labeled Leisal, Reading Room. It leads to a tiny, dimly lit cafe with Edison bulbs and wall sconces on the wine-hued walls. The aroma of rich, dark coffee and cinnamon marries the buttery scent of fresh tarts and the floral notes of steeping tea. You decide to indulge in a small traditional treat, ordering an apple tart and a warm beverage. You slide into a cozy spot near a small, high window, pulling the warm fabric of your scarf tighter as you wait and sink into the upholstered seat. A few moments later, a slice of warm, spiced apple tart arrives, dusted with a fine layer of powdered sugar. The flaky crust gives way with a soft, buttery crunch. The cinnamon is delightful and warming on your tongue. You sip your drink slowly, letting the heat bloom in your chest. From your sheltered vantage point, you watch locals and tourists alike meander by, as well as the occasional dog being led through the soft rain. Some larger pups are jubilant, excited to be outdoors, while a small fluffy dog seems quite perturbed to be outside, refusing to walk forward as she tries to enter the cafe until her owner picks her up and shuffles along. You spend a satiating, relaxing hour here. Gentle sounds of spoons, stirring ceramic cups, and quiet conversation, joining the rustling of pages of new paperback and hardcover finds. The rain outside seems to soften, the drizzle becoming a steady, hypnotic murmur. You feel completely restored, grounded, and ready for the next phase of your peaceful exploration of rainy Utrecht. The day unfolds like chapters of a book, and its most recent page has left you invigorated. Tucking your new book safely away, you gather your umbrella and venture back out into the soft rain. You turn down a street bordered by a low, ancient stone wall lined by majestic sycamore trees and the absolute peak of their autumn display. Their massive 5-pointed leaves, the size of your palm, are drenched in brilliant, saturated hues of mustard yellow and russet orange. The burning color of the foliage beautifully contrasts with the grounding, dark gray stone of the wall. Beaded with rain, the leaves also plaster the ancient stone bricks arranged like colorful paper mache in rich layers. The air, though cool, feels intensely alive, smelling of wet wood smoke and flinty stones. At the end of the vibrant tree-lined vista, where the street opens into a central square, the dome tower fills your vision. Its peak pierces the sky, and on this rainy, dreary day, it seems to command it. At 112 meters high, the tower stands watch over Utrecht, its medieval stone bearing witness to centuries of life unfolding. You walk right up to the base, running your glove across the rough gray surface. The Dome Tower's history is the city's history. Construction began in 1321, taking over 60 years to complete. Historically, the church's architecture reflected its powerful role at the helm of the original Roman fort, a place of power for nearly 2 millennia. The nave of the cathedral that once connected it to the choir was never rebuilt after succumbing to a hurricane in 1674, leaving the tower to stand alone. A powerful, aesthetic reminder of time, storms, and resilience. Its vast vertical lines seem to draw your gaze upward, instilling a sense of both awe and profound calm. You decide to ascend. You find the small, humble entrance and step inside. The air is cold and still, smelling faintly of ancient mortar and bell metal. You begin the climb, a spiral of hundreds of worn stone steps. It is a steady, rhythmic effort that soon warms your core. You place your hand on the central stone pillar, feeling the cold, firm grip of the ancient architecture. The sound of your own slow rhythmic footsteps echoes in the stairwell, becoming a soothing, meditative beat. You are climbing through the centuries, passing ancient, empty chambers where bell ringers once worked and bishops once looked out. The exertion is deeply satisfying, and you feel strong and steady as you ascend, your breath deepening, your muscles silently working to support you. When you finally step out onto the gallery, the world below falls away. The wind is cool on your face, and the rain feels like fine mist. The spectacular view reveals the entire city, splayed out in a panorama of wet, gleaming terracotta roofs and ribbons of silver canal. The brilliant autumn foliage offers yellow and gold swatches and fiery red patches scattered across the rooftops. Each flash of color distinct and saturated. You can trace the line of the old canal as it snakes through the center, its unique, split-level wharves visible from above, a fascinating network of ground-level cellars and elevated streets unique to Utrecht. The rain muffles the sounds of the street, so all you hear is the wind and the distant soft chimes of other smaller church bells. A powerful, cleansing silence. You pause, leaning against the sturdy parapet, feeling incredibly small, but deeply anchored to this ancient place, watching the light slowly drain from the sky. The descent is swifter, easier and dreamlike, and when you come back to the square, the sky begins its dramatic transformation. The muted gray of the afternoon deepens into a rich, dusky slate, quickly verging on ebony. The chill of evening arrives, but you feel a pleasant internal heat from your climb. The electric lights of the city begin to switch on, scattering golden reflections across the wet streets. You feel the satisfaction of having mastered the height of the Dom, returning to ground level with a sense of quiet accomplishment. You walk toward the canal, where the atmosphere is now truly magical. The golden light spilling from the low converted wharf cellars illuminates the water, making the canal's surface glitter like black satin. This unique split-level system means the street you walk on is elevated, and the restaurants and bars exist in rooms built directly into the canal wall at water level, creating a cozy, intimate glow. You cross a small, arched stone bridge, its worn surface slick with rain, and look down. Rain and single, vibrant autumn leaves fall gently on the water, creating concentric circles that expand until they vanish in the current. The percussive plink of raindrops on the water blends with the slight, smooth sound of the canal flowing slowly beneath the bridge. You can hear the soft, muffled chatter of a few diners enjoying their evening in the wharf cellars below you. Most are indoors, but a few brave souls are tucked under outdoor umbrellas, safely enclosed from the rain, bundled in plaid wraps and blankets. Not far from the townhouse, you turn onto a particularly quiet, narrow section of the canal and approach a gabled townhouse, its brick facade illuminated by golden lights and glass sconces on each side of the door. You admire the stepped outline of the roof, a classic Dutch design that gives a sense of stairs leading into the heavens. You open the heavy, scarlet painted wooden door and step into your private retreat. You remove your damp coat, hang it on a peg, and feel the day's residual tension melt from your shoulders. You place the umbrella in a stand and tug your feet out of your boots, placing them in plush slippers. This storied house was originally a merchant's home, built in the 17th century, used for storing goods, brought in directly from the canal below. Its history runs deep into the earth. The ground floor is a study in rustic, understated luxury. The light is warm, cast by colorful glass lamps with soft amber bulbs. The air is immediately warm and dry, carrying a faint, pleasant smell of dried flowers and freshly cut logs. Exposed reddish-brown bricks, each brick a slightly different hue, some dusted with a soft white layer from time, add an element of coziness to the main room and bedroom suite. You trace the mortar lines with your eyes, realizing the enormous age and permanence of the structure now holding you. The ceiling beams are dark and thick, supporting the house like the masts of an old ship. The welcoming furniture features a deep armchair with knitted blankets draped over its velvety back, a sturdy wooden table with a crystal vase featuring an array of dried autumn flowers in burgundy and gold, and a small stone fireplace where a few logs are settled and waiting. You light the fire. The soft, cheerful crackle and hiss fill the room, instantly creating a timeless atmosphere of coziness. The mesmerizing glow dances on the ancient brickwork, warming the centuries-old stone. You prepare a light, comforting meal, a simple, warm broth, maybe some hearty, dense bread and Gouda cheese, and enjoy it slowly by the flickering firelight in this home away from home. The outside world is now just the distant, reassuring sound of rain and the occasional deep, slow chime of the Dom Tower settling the city for the night. You sip the warm broth, savoring the feeling of being utterly nourished and protected. Once full and warm, you find your new book, getting lost in its pages as the flames lick the stone and the logs slowly burn down into embers. Sleepiness arrives, and your body becomes quite heavy as you place down your book on the table and slowly rise. With a profound feeling of peace, you climb the winding wooden staircase to the cozy bathroom, where you take a steamy shower and indulge in the fresh, handmade Dutch soap bought from a nearby market. You towel off, changing into warm pajamas to make the final preparations for bed before you walk to the adjoining bedroom. The lofty space is a true haven. You move slowly, mindfully, allowing your body to prepare for rest. The cream walls are adorned with oil paintings of canals and windmills of old Holland, their radiant, muted jewel tones reflecting the soft light. Your attention is drawn to the windows, deep set with thick sills and framed by lush velvet sapphire curtains. They perfectly display the gleaming canal below. You walk over and gently push open the casement window a few inches. A flood of fresh, cool, rain-washed air flows in, mingling with the dry, warm air of the room. You can hear the water of the canal lapping softly against the stone wharf below, and the gentle continuous strumming of rain on the nearby roof tiles. You turn down the bed. The sheets are crisp, cool cream cotton, a pristine contrast to the heavy, rich bedding. The quilt atop the pillow-top mattress is a beautiful creation, a patchwork of jewel tones, deep sapphire and amethyst satin, joined by burgundy velvet. It promises luxurious weight and warmth. The layers are inviting, a final embrace of Dutch coziness. You climb onto the mattress, feeling it cradle your tired body. The softness envelops you, and the sensation of the cool, fresh air circulating from the canal window guides your breath to its deepest rhythm. You settle your head on the pillows, close your eyes, and listen to the soporific, steady sound of the rain over the rooftops of Utrecht. You are safe. You are warm You are utterly, beautifully at rest. Sleep now descends as deep and still as the canal waters outside your window. Safe and sheltered from the elements, simply follow the pulse of the storm as it leads you into the heart of our next story, or delivers you to sleep. Winter rain at the Alpine Bookshop Inn. Rain certainly isn't the norm on most long winter nights in the Alps, but in the lower elevations, every now and then it warms up just enough for a cold shower. As the temperature drops through the night, the world takes on an icy sheen, with the distant snow-capped mountains piercing the sky. Here, the locals and all those who come to ski or snuggle by a fire all seem to know that the utmost cozy experience in this region never disappoints. Lavender Inn is the perfect winter haven for dreaming and slowing down, located in the heart of the Savoie region. In this storied landscape, the French Alps meet the influence of neighboring Italy and Switzerland, historically the seat of the powerful House of Savoy. It is a place where ancient timbered villages sit in the shadow of Mont Blanc, the highest peak in Western Europe. Life here is defined by the rhythm of the mountains, moving from the vibrant energy of world-class ski slopes in the winter to the quiet herbal fragrance of alpine meadows and vineyards in the summer. It is a land of rich, restorative flavors, where the warmth of a traditional cheese fondue and the earthy crunch of crusty, fresh-baked bread offer a welcoming sanctuary against the brisk mountain air. The history of Lavender Inn is etched into the heavy, chocolate-hued wooden beams beneath the eaves. Its architecture, straight from a fairy tale. The seasons are harsh at times, yet awe-inspiring in their beauty, taming us more than we'd ever dare to tame them. In this high valley, the landscape is a tapestry of deep evergreens and steep rock faces. The enduring charm reveals itself in the weaving cobblestone streets, in historic chalets and stone cottages constructed in medieval times. On the darkest of wet winter nights, these sturdy refuges bring a golden warmth, inviting souls like you to hunker down with savory treats, huddled by the fire. As you walk along the main boulevard, it's hard to resist reaching out and brushing your hand against the rough-hewn timber, a tactile sensation that awakens visions of the artisans who first carved these structures. They witnessed the slow passage of mountain life through the centuries, This wood, rich with resins and history, holds a gentle, comforting insulation, standing firm against the winter rain that causes the dark grain to glisten and bead. Decades ago, a local scholar converted this former trading post into a bookshop and commune for writers. It still stands proudly not far from the village square. In an effort to preserve the town's intellectual heart, it became a place where rare volumes and local maps were kept safe. There's a reverent and library-like feel to its galleries, allowing for the mountain mist to swirl outside while the shelves remain dry indoors. The air here is sharp and clean, a stark contrast to the heavy, humid heat of the lowlands. You pull your winter coat tighter, feeling the pillowy, heavy weight of the fabric against your shoulders, while a soft scarf protects your neck from the drifting mist. As you walk comfortably in the rain, you face the reminder that sometimes the anxiety and fear about these bad weather days is heavier and more cumbersome than how they actually feel in the moments when you're prepared, like this. High above, the peaks are locked in a whiteout, a wild dance of snow that completely hides the ski lodges from view. But down here on the cobblestones, the world is hushed by a steady, silver rain. Complex aromas permeate the air. The mineral tang of wet stone, mixed with the buttery, toasted aroma of a nearby creperie. The faint yet undeniable funk of melting raclette, and the lovely hint of wood smoke. As you wander, you catch the herbal fragrance of dried lavender and old leather drifting from the bookshop's door as it opens and closes. You pass a few other wandering souls, their faces softened by the twilight. There's a mutual respect in the silence, a soft nod of the head, or a low-voiced bonsoir as you pass, acknowledging that you are all part of this fleeting, peaceful moment. The couple who now own the bookshop and former commune have transformed it into an inn. They left the frantic pace of Paris at some point in the early aughts, and as you look at the warm amber light glowing through the leaded glass windows, you can feel why. Their warm inn offers more than a place to sleep. Its location and charm offer a friendly haven where the soul finally catches up with the body. You feel a deep, grounding sense of belonging and a lightness with each breath. Every intake of Alpine air seems to undo all knots of stress from your daily routine. So much of this tension you weren't even aware you were holding until now that it's gone. You find you are more conscious of the world around you when you're no longer caught up in repetitive thoughts, and the silver rain becomes a tranquilizing song as it patters against the ancient Savoy timber. You stand beneath the deep overhang of the entrance to the inn. The veil of cold moisture feels refreshing on your skin, clean and sharp. As you exhale, your breath condenses in a cloud. You take in the beautiful solidity of the inn. It stands as a tall, proud rectangle of dark wood and white plaster, supported by a heavy stone foundation. Its broad shoulders carrying the steep pitch of the metal roof above. Coated with snow earlier, the rain has cleared it away. Come morning, when the temperatures shift colder, icicles will form a prismatic trim around every building in town. There's something so romantic in standing here, watching the rain land in golden, rippling puddles. Plumes of smoke coughed out of dozens of chimneys to spiral into the midnight plum gray clouds and the very distant whiteout. Your boots land on the thick woven mats of the entryway, damp but firm. You can hear the distant chime of a clock from the square. The bookshop was more than a store. It was a place to harbor ideas and find fellowship, drawing people out of the cold and into a world of shared knowledge. Even on rainy nights like tonight, people venture out to settle in its small cafe or read in its deep-seated armchairs around the stone hearth. Tiny fairy lights illuminate displays in the bow windows, showcasing local bindings and stationery. Come spring, the flower boxes outside the shop will overflow with geraniums, but tonight the hues are muted tones of deep blue, silver, and earthy brown. You step indoors, the fragrance of hot cocoa and new books filling the air. Inez, one of the owners, is perched on a stool behind the register in a plum turtleneck sweater and gray slacks. Having sent the staff home early due to the storm, she welcomes you back with a warm smile, inviting you to look around. You place the umbrella you borrowed from the inn into a copper stand, thanking Inez once more for loaning it to you. A centuries-old wood table features handmade fountain pens and inkwells that tell their own story of craftsmanship, with unique wood-turned barrels from fallen mountain trees. You stop and observe the precision of a small mechanical display. You then peruse a row of journals and discover one that's engraved. You're drawn by the quality of the paper that captures the essence of a fresh start. It contains heavy, cream-colored pages that invite slow thoughts to life. You explore the other shelves, featuring botanical prints and hand-pressed bookmarks. Floor-to-ceiling shelves offer a section of new, untouched volumes, while a casual section with jewel-toned beanbag chairs features lower shelves with old dog-eared books, once beloved, now passed on. There's an Italian mother with her 6-year-old daughter huddled in the corner, perusing a ginormous coffee table photo book of the Savoie region. Dark curls topple down both their heads as the girl's small fingers do their best to carefully turn the pages. You enjoyed a light breakfast with them at the inn this morning before the rain began. They hear you enter and simultaneously look up and give you a wave. With your journal in one hand and your damp coat in the other, you make your way to the register and charge the items to your room. Inez invites you to enjoy Blue Hour service in the upstairs lobby, a twilight gathering of guests. You look upward, peering into the shadows of the upper galleries as the sky outside deepens into a saturated navy with lines of charcoal and slate. The rain falls steady now, a rhythmic drumming on the roof. You are drawn to the winding staircase, where low-voltage lights glow along the baseboards and illuminate the wood. It has a sense of climbing into an elegant treehouse. The amber light and dark timber of the stairwell also reflects the peaceful order of the shop. You're slow to climb, pausing to take in the savory scents from upstairs, wafting down in a warm cascade of dry air. Once upstairs, you place your coat on a heated rack on the wall. High cathedral ceilings offer a loftiness and sense of space. Floor-to-ceiling glass windows give views of the mountains on clear days, but tonight is a sea of gray and silver rain. In the corner of the lounge, you see the perfect spot to settle by a grand ceramic stove, glowing with a soft heat behind its ornate tiles. Candles are lit on tables and windowsills, adding a timeless sense of coziness. The dimly lit gathering space also features chaise loungers and low lamps. The rain taps on the metal roof, sliding down the gutters with more fervor. The aroma of herbal mountain tea and dried alpine flowers wafts on the air as you sink into a gray upholstered chair facing the stove. A soft piano melody plays quietly, layering the soundtrack of the steady rain and soft conversations of a few other guests. Pierre, Inez's other half, and the other innkeeper, brings you a tray with a quiet nod, his eyes alight with a flicker of enthusiasm. He loves nights like this, and the love he feels for this life simply radiates from him. He brings you tea as you acclimate to the warmth of the room, feeling more like you are in a private library than a public inn. The books occupy the space as well. Thousands of stories translated into a dozen languages or more surround you. As you sip on the tea, you watch the rain stream down the windows, reflecting the ambient light of the room. Pierre returns with a small slate featuring local cheeses, dried fruit, and dark-seeded bread. 2 small ceramic pots hold butter and honey, all compliments of the inn. This quiet, nourishing ritual is a moment of pure, uninterrupted pleasure, restoring your body and quieting your mind. You take your time, savoring this well-earned moment of solitude. You listen to the low, steady sound of the storm as the shop closes and Inez joins her husband to run through their nightly chores. Every now and then, you hear the faint creak of the building settling before returning your attention to the glow of the stove. The inn is alive with a sense of order, comfort, and safety on a rainy night. The warmth of the tea settles deep within you, making your limbs become heavy and rubbery as your thoughts slow. Every nerve cell in your body seems to have taken a holiday, and you feel a drowsiness stirring, along with a desire to return to your suite. And so, with a final, satisfying sip of your tea, you rise slowly, feeling thoroughly warmed and nourished. You retrieve your bag, feeling the familiar weight of your new book. The transition to the upper hallway is seamless, and the air remains perfectly tempered. The robust heat of the lounge follows you, replaced by the even deeper silence of the sleeping quarters. The rain continues with its persistent musical beat. The long hall features deep wooden panels and a wildflower wallpaper that captures the essence of the Savoy in summer. It pays great homage to the contrasts that are ever present in this region. As you walk toward the end of the hall, the sounds of the lower floor fade. Your footsteps are muffled by a thick plush runner, and the rain falls in a dense sheet against the skylights, creating a shimmering liquid blur. So present in this moment, you are surprised as a new sound cuts through the steady downpour. The deep, distant chime of the village clock tower. You pause, looking through the rain-streaked window. The lights of the chalets and restaurants begin to turn off, one by one. The rain splashes gently against the metal eaves, the only sign of the world's movement through the dark. As the heady waves of sleepiness persist, you make your way to your suite that stands under the highest point of the roof where the rafters meet. The large timber structure holds you with an imposing yet welcoming grace. As you open the door, your gaze is immediately drawn to the large window that looks out over the valley. It is now framed by dark, wet pine branches, slick with rain. Come morning, the needles will be glazed with ice. The village holds a beautiful resting charm as the rain drips steadily from the needles onto the metal sill below. You step across the threshold and remove your shoes. Your suite offers the most idyllic mountain sanctuary. The literary theme continues with wood frame posters of famous classics. The suite offers a charming blend of modern luxury and historic wood and stone. The room has a nurturing presence, a quiet, high-end energy that wraps around you the moment you close the door. Without a word, the space generates a warm, safe, timeless connection. A welcome that feels profound and genuine on this rainy night. Hand-painted antique ceramic lamps feature vibrant wildflowers and mountain peaks. A small arrangement of dried mountain herbs sits on the nightstand, setting a calm, natural tone. The scent here is clean, fresh linens mixed with a faint, sweet scent of cedar wood. You walk to the corner and flip a switch for the modern fireplace. The flame comes to life after a soft puff. On the rustic wooden mantel, a cuckoo clock marks the time with a steady, predictable pulse. You look at the room with a sense of appreciation. The soothing blues of the bedspread, the quality of the craftsmanship, the stability of the walls, and the thickness of the glass that keeps the winter rain at bay. This inn has kept tradition, a familial hospitality, a place where weary travelers find a welcome break. The heat from the stove brings another wave of sleepiness, drying out the final remnants of the cold rain, making your entire body feel heavy and deeply relaxed. You step into the ensuite, its walls painted in deep forest green, accented with dark plush textiles that echo the winter landscape. You turn on the shower and let the steam fill the air. A tan bar of soap awaits you, scented with mountain pine. You step beneath the cascade. The sound of water is a soothing, continuous rush. You cleanse your skin with a lush lather, leaving the perfume of the Alps on your person. When you step out, you're met by plush, heavy towels that quickly absorb the moisture. You change into soft cotton pajamas, breathable and light, and return to the high, plush bed, feeling utterly clean and relaxed. You reach into your bag and remove your new journal and place it on the nightstand. Even though you are too tired to write tonight, it will be nice to find it waiting for you in the morning. The rain outside continues to drum on the metal roof just above you. But now the sound is what ushers you to sleep. The Alpine world is a place of these steady rhythms. Water on metal, heat through stone, and the slow heartbeat of a mountain at rest. As you settle into this cozy suite, you watch the shadows dance and listen to the counterpoint of the rain and the whispers of the dancing flames. Your body feels so incredibly heavy and tired. Every muscle releases its hold, and your thoughts slow to a serene, even pace. The warmth of the covers, the scent of pine, and the visual peace of the room wash over you. You reach out, your movements slow and deliberate, and turn off the bedside lamp. You begin to drift between worlds, between slumber and coziness. You pull the bedspread up to your chin, the cool sheets soft against your skin. Your eyes surrender at last, your lids too heavy to hold up any longer, and you drift like the rain, flowing into the soft edges of slumber, letting go entirely. You listen to the unchanging patter, feeling the safe, enduring protection of the Alpine Bookshop Inn as you drift off, as the world outside continues to soften. Allow yourself to sink deeper and drift toward a new sanctuary in the storm. The coziest attic. Imagine yourself in a mystical village by the sea, in a region that has always spoken to you in some way. This coastal area is known for its morning mists that usually give way to warm, sunny afternoons. But today is different. A rainstorm hovers, and the air feels damp and cool. Your breath condenses in tiny clouds, and you can feel the dampness in your bones, even as you hug yourself to keep warm. A scarf around your neck, a gift from long ago, from someone who loves you very much, takes flight on the increasing winds that warn of the storm's increasing intensity. An umbrella, not just any umbrella, but one you selected to boost your mood on the grayest, rainiest days, adequately keeps you dry, even as you invite the cool, salty mist to land on your lips. A subtle taste of this maritime world. Your cozy galoshes land on the reflective slate sidewalk, made uneven by the passage of time and the enduring roots of tall, old trees that have gently pushed up the earth around them. You find a quiet strength in your balance, in spite of the increasing wind, as you gracefully move through this hushed harbor town. The grand Victorian homes that surround you bloom in varying vibrant hues: deep sapphire, sage, warm apricot, lavender and raspberry pinks. Their artistry evident in delicate gingerbread trim, elaborate scalloped patterns, beneath bay windows and silent widows' walks, reaching for the clouds. Each pointed roof and ornate design stands in splendor. Their colorful pastel and earth tone palettes are a comforting contrast against the deepening bleak gray underbellies of the clouds overhead. No matter how many times you walk through the village, there's always another detail that stands out, revealing a sign of care and effort. Meticulous hands crafted these homes and tended to these gardens, and this love is imbued in the silver mist. It vibrates through the village and makes you wonder, what would the world be like if everyone could experience this kind of care and attention to beauty? You follow a street and turn onto a lane with a sharp incline, feeling a soft burn in your calves as you ascend. The homes on Castle Hill were erected long ago, a safe retreat from tides that dare to rise, offering elevated views of the harbor. But today, when you look behind you, through the silvery lavender hue of the fog, you can barely make out the silhouette of the marina in the distance. Raindrops slither down your umbrella in slender streams, plopping onto the earth below in fat drops. Just as the tempo of the rain increases, you come upon your Victorian home. Behind a picket fence, a sprawling emerald green lawn glistens in the rain. Cherry blossoms add pops of cotton candy pink, their petals falling with the rain, as if in competition. Flower boxes overflow with a rainbow of tulips in full bloom, from shades of crimson to eggplant and butter yellow. As the rain nourishes them, you feel a wave of appreciation. These vibrant colors rely on gray days to thrive. The rain splats against the slate sidewalk and bounces off your rubber boots. A few droplets land on your hands as they sneak under the canopy of your umbrella. But you don't mind. Awash with a wave of relief at being home, you approach the picket fence as your fingers land on the cool, wet surface of the metal latch, and you unlock it. A familiar squeak of the hinges welcomes you home, along with the sound of the fence automatically closing and latching behind you. The energy shifts, bringing a sense of bone-deep safety as you are enclosed within the confines of your property. The landscape is saturated with your energy, All the fixtures, colors, and designs reflect your preferences. The home has 3 floors, with graceful bay windows on the first and mullioned windows on the second, with charming Juliet balconies. Every window is adorned with colorful shutters that feature subtle nautical and lunar cutouts. You take just a brief moment to take in the beauty of this 4-bedroom home that is all yours. You continue up your walkway, comprised of colorful flagstones, like purple and burgundy lily pads, afloat on a snow-white river of landscaping rocks. You step lightly, slowing down to take in this quiet moment of splendor, allowing yourself to even dance in the rain. Your home looms majestically, and you come upon stairs that lead to a grand wraparound porch, wide enough to host at least 20 people on warm, dry summer nights. The music of another time seems to still play on, carried now by the soft patter of raindrops upon the petals of the flowers. A porch swing sways in the breeze, with gentle whispering creaks. The air smells of fresh cut grass and flowers, and the smell of fresh rain. You walk to the front door and notice the ornate patterns of the stained glass window that comprises more than half of the entryway. Running your hand over the design, the beauty of it always gives you a sense of joy when you return home, as you focus on the vibrant jewel tones of sapphire blue, chartreuse, and deep green. You open the heavy door and step into the foyer, where a mahogany wood antique coat stand awaits. You hang your wet coat, removing your shoes and setting them on the mat below, before placing your feet into plush slippers. This is just the kind of day you were hoping for. A quiet afternoon to explore past memories stored in a hope chest in the attic. And as the warm, dry air of the house hugs around you with tranquility, a sense of adventure stirs within. You approach the staircase that leads to the second floor, with its deep mahogany banister that has been polished to shine, even in the dimly lit space. You ascend the stairs, feeling the cool smoothness of the banister beneath your palm. It's the kind of fixture that conjures childhood fantasies of sliding down it. A quiet smile touches your lips as once more you feel this hint of playfulness still within you. At the top of the grand staircase, you reach a long hallway, carpeted with a weather-worn Turkish runner, its softness a gentle cushion beneath your feet. Along this passageway, a row of stained glass windows, mirroring the front door's beauty, casts cool, tranquil hues onto the wall and floor. It almost looks like a rising sea around you. At the far end, a small white wooden door, just 3/4 the size of the others, with an angled top, reveals itself. You reach for the black cast iron ring, unlatch it, and duck beneath the low frame. Stepping onto worn wooden stairs, they wind gently in a circular motion, a gradual mystical ascent, as if inviting you into a secret fairy tale realm, until you reach the warm, creaking wooden floors of the Coziest attic. The attic is like a home unto itself. Nestled quietly is a small brown leather side table with antique metal studs where a magnificent Tiffany lamp rests, an antique from the turn of the 20th century. With a gentle tug on its metal beaded chain, the lamp awakens, casting a soft rainbow glow that bathes the room in tranquil colors. A profound sense of warmth instantly enfolds you, as the attic air, much warmer than the rest of the house, encourages your muscles to soften. The last vestiges of any chill melt away like snow before a roaring fire, leaving you with a sensation as comforting as the first spoonful of warm soup on a winter's day. There is a narrow rectangular window from which you can see the sea clearly on sunny days, but now it appears a muted navy blue beneath a translucent white fog. The rain intensifies, and you hear its drumming on the roof, feeling grateful for the warmth and coziness of the attic. There is an electric glass tea kettle on an elegant antique opal tray that rests on an upturned milk crate. It perfectly showcases how the Coziest attic offers such an eclectic blend of mementos and puts things to use that were long ago retired. As you turn on the kettle, the base illuminates with red lights as the contained water is heated. Next to the kettle is a teacup and saucer and a wooden box of tea imported from India. You remove a tea bag that features some of your favorite flavors and place it in the cup waiting for the water to heat up. The attic smells of books, and a bookcase runs the entire length of the opposing wall, filled with many original copies of the finest literature. These books came with the house. You go to them, running your hands against their spines, as if going up and down the keys of a grand piano. The tea kettle starts to bubble. The light turns green as it shuts itself off. You pour the hot water into the cup, instantly smelling the botanical redolence that wafts in steam, meeting your nose the moment the water cascades onto the leaves. And this ritual reminds you of being a child as elders gathered over tea and caught up, and taking you back to this experience of running through a neighbor or a family friend's home while tea was consumed. Makes you feel safe. It reminds you of what it was like to not question the future, but to live in the moment. And right now, you savor the moment. A pair of old ice skates hang upon a nail on the wall, their laces tied in a bow from when they were carried to a nearby skating pond in the winter. They conjure images of snowy days and the sound of metal blades cutting into smooth, newly formed ice. You think of sleds going down hills of snow, and how often the changing weather can inform someone of new joyous activities to come. Another old wooden milk crate is flipped on its side, with a vintage record player atop it, and dozens of record albums lined up within. Their cardboard covers have white patches, where the images have worn away over time, and the coziness of this experience has the feeling of a needle coming upon vinyl and crackling softly as the music plays on. Lightning flashes over the sea as thunder rolls gently in the far distance. You take your teacup and saucer and walk over to a hope chest beneath the window. A knitted Afghan blanket rests atop the antique chest. You take a seat on a cream shag rug near it, setting down your saucer and tea on a tiny footstool to your right. You carefully remove the blanket and turn the skeleton key that is resting in the lock of the chest. You turn the key and feel the lock click before you push up the heavy top and let it rest against the wall. Inside the box are many precious items that you have collected or inherited throughout your life. First, you find a photo book from when you were a child. You see yourself as a baby and a small tot, just learning your way in the world. No matter how things played out, you made it from that moment to right now. But then, before there were pressures and made up requirements to behave in a certain way, you relied on your instincts and were unafraid to voice your needs and be completely transparent about how you felt. And in this moment, you allow yourself to wonder what it might be like to reconnect with that same authenticity, to be transparent with how you felt and what you desired. You are able to do that now, to be honest with yourself, to settle into these treasured items that are portals to memories of long ago. And these memories inform you, perhaps even re-inform you who you are. You recognize the thread through time, like a tender silver strand upon which these experiences hang, united by the continuity of you, of your spirit or soul, or whatever it is that you can feel that has always been there. The consciousness and awareness. Only you know what this experience is like, in spite of all the universal human emotions and feelings. The story is uniquely yours. And the coziest attic gives a chance for you to honor all of this. And as you rummage through more items, your hand brushes against a piece of fabric. You pull it out, and it's the adult-sized costume of a character or aspiration you always dreamed of being when you were young. You may not even wear it now, but it awakens you once more to a sense of playfulness, to the ways your desires have changed, while some remain the same. The imaginative part of your mind awakens. It illuminates in a way like a new birth, like a baby robin breaking through a sky blue shell as spring's rays of sunlight break through. You remember the joy of stepping into a new role, embracing qualities you admired, and allowing yourself to pretend. As an adult, there are always roles that we play to fit in, to work life, to home life. But when was the last time you had a chance to play a role simply for the sake of fun? you unlock this curiosity, a sense of boundless possibility that is even more possible as an adult, where you can help shift your fate as you go through your life. This experience may remind you to feel and to experience things fully, rather than to let your mind wander to worry or things beyond you. And this thought is quite lovely as you sip on the tea. The idea of just being as you are, right now in the warm air of the attic, nestled upon a shag rug. You continue to explore. Inside the hope chest, you find a letter written to you from someone who supported you. Maybe it was someone who you admired and wrote to, and were so delighted they wrote back. But this aspirational soul ignited a spark within you, inspiring you to chase after a dream. Whoever it is, perhaps it's someone you forgot about. You look upon the handwritten scroll, and it is as if this person appears alongside of you in the form of a hologram, reading each word kindly written to you over your shoulder. You hear this person's voice as the rain continues to patter upon the roof and the storm rolls in, and you feel safe. You feel loved. You run your fingers upon the indentations of where the pen pushed into the stationery. You accept these loving words. You feel special. You remember who you are. Versions of yourself that once were. Dreams of who you wished to become. Here you are. All of these reflections and aspects of you throughout time, coming together in this moment. And going through the hope chest, you find other relics from the past that make you feel happy. You sip some more of your tea and feel the slightly sweet elixir cascading down your palate, soothing you deeply. You inhale and exhale, feeling so good, cozy and warm. And within the hope chest, you pull out one last item. It's soft and retains a transformative scent that acts like a time machine, bringing you back to a vivid, beloved memory. The item reminds you of a deep feeling of love you once shared with someone. The person, a pet, a version of you from long ago. But this item holds great meaning and brings you a wave of happy reflections. It's something that makes you feel that there is something bigger and beyond this moment and you. You watch as the sky darkens outside. The puffy storm clouds, now rolling in fast, in shades of dark plum black. Lightning bolts zigzag through them, illuminating the darkness with white hot light. You begin to put everything neatly into the chest, but hold on to one item. It's a stuffed plush toy that gives you a sense of security. When you bring it to your nose and inhale, the fragrance of another time fills the attic, bringing you back to moments of peace and tranquility, of early bedtimes on stormy nights, of night lights and flickering candles and safe hideaways, of bedtime stories and the coziest blankets and pajamas this life has offered you. You carefully put the lid down upon the chest and take the stuffed toy, feeling quite tired. You desire a nap as you walk to the bed in the corner, hunching lowly so as not to hit your head on the sloped ceiling. You feel the buttery, soft cotton of the quilt, feeling loose stitches as you run your hand along it. You grab a corner and peel it back, smelling the fragrance of fresh laundry as you climb into the plush bed with a stuffed toy in hand. You feel safe, as if you are in a little cave, as the ceiling angles in a way to form a pod around you. Your head falls upon the plush pillows as you relish in being dry and snug as the rain continues to fall. It patters against the window as the wind begins to howl, and as the rain cleans the glass, you feel a cleansing as well, deep inside your body, as you just sigh it all out, involuntarily and effortlessly letting it go. You close your eyes, nestling your face in the downy stuffed toy, and feel yourself drifting, floating across the bridge to the sleepy world that awaits you, feeling so safe and tended to, as you were when you first united with this toy. And even now, you are able to let go of it all just be present to the sensation of relaxation and serenity, feeling calm, at ease, at peace, as if a wave of bliss gently cocoons around you, resting heavily like a weighted blanket. And you may let go of my voice, letting your dreams guide you to uncharted territories where anything is possible and where you may envision the best life for you, where you may find restoration to help you become the best version of yourself come morning, that you may choose to give in to the cascade of sleepiness, or you may blissfully drift into the next rainy tale. Summer storm at the cabin. Long ago, nestled where the vast waters of Lake Huron narrow, islands emerged from the ancient glacial depths. Their forested shores would one day become a peaceful retreat, developing into uniquely different summer havens. One, known as Mackinac Island, quickly became a cherished destination in the 19th century as the newly industrialized world conjured a yearning for city dwellers to escape bustling cities, seeking reprieve from the summer heat and the promise of fresh, cool lakeside air. The island's allure grew as hotels popped up with wraparound verandas that offered sweeping views of the straits and gardens, and guests mingled as fireflies lit up the night. Whispers of the past remain in the storybook village, where one arrives by ferry to discover an absence of cars, creating a sense of magic and safety. Horse-drawn carriages and bicycles are the alternatives to walking for those seeking to get around and explore. The island is a living postcard of architectural timepieces, from charming clapboard cottages to grand, luxurious Victorian hotels. Aboard the Shepler's Ferry, you are fully aware and inspired by all that awaits you on the island. The vessel cuts a smooth, white path through the sapphire waters of Lake Huron, its engines humming a low, steady rhythm as the occasional blast of lake mist lands on your exposed arms and face. The ferry is less crowded than usual, given the forecast, and you revel in the space on the outdoor deck as the ferry approaches the shores of Mackinac Island. Sunlight sparkles like scattered diamonds on the vast expanse of the lake, and the air carries a vibrant mineral hint of fresh water, the billowing breeze, and the exhilarating promise of summer adventures. You stand on the starboard side, your hands wrapped around the cool white railing, lost in the sway of the boat, a light breeze kissing your face. Your small knapsack, containing only the basic essentials for a peaceful escape, feels weightless on your back. Its simplicity is a symbol of your readiness to shed the world's demands and travel light. As the island draws closer, its iconic silhouette emerges from the blue expanse. The Grand Hotel, perched majestically on the bluffs, like a grand dame surveying her domain, and the quaint, colorful village spilling down towards the harbor. The world on the mainland and bustling Mackinac City feels a lifetime away now, quickly fading into a hazy, dreamlike memory. Stepping off the sturdy gangplank onto the solid ground of the dock, the distinctive, rhythmic clip-clop of horse hooves on asphalt transports you to a charming time in history, joined by the gentle rumble of carriage wheels, the lapping waves of the lake, the high-pitched peals of bicycle bells, and the soft murmur of human voices. You are instantly swept up in the energy of a summer holiday. Your gaze sweeps across the village and its postcard-worthy architectural remnants of centuries past. Grand Victorian homes painted in cheerful pastel hues of mint green, sky blue, butter yellow, and raspberry pink line the winding lanes. Their intricate gingerbread trim and delicate fretwork, lace-like and ornate, speak of an earlier, more elegant era when details mattered, and the hands of artisans insisted on preserving a legacy of beauty. Every porch railing, every window box, and every lamppost is dressed in vibrant flora. Cascading waves of amethyst petunias, cheerful scarlet and fuchsia geraniums, and emerald green trailing ivy create a lush display of floral beauty. The air is thick and sweet with the heady perfume of these blossoms, mingling deliciously with a rich, comforting aroma of freshly baked goods, and most enticingly, the unmistakable scent of warm, buttery fudge. What is a summer town without a renowned candy shop? You give in to the irresistible pull of Murdoch's Fudge Shop, with large, inviting windows piled high with glistening slabs of fudge in a myriad of flavors. You step inside, and the warm, sugary air wraps around you as you join other visitors sampling. The low hum of the cooling tables and the soft clinking of candy paddles join the melodies of a 1960s pop song. A friendly face behind the polished wooden counter greets you, and you learn a piece of the island's sweet, enduring history. Murdoch's, a true island institution, first opened its doors in 1887 when customers arrived in the shade of parasols, and Sarah ran the shop. You allow yourself the pure pleasure of tasting your way through their exquisite confections, the creamy richness of their dark chocolate, the satisfying aroma and flavor of the rare dark cherry fudge, and the delicate caramel-like balance of the maple. For a moment, you feel like a kid again as you make a few purchases to support this shop and its long history. Sated and delighted, a contented sigh escapes your lips as you wander back out into the humid summer air. A gentle breeze off the lake offers a cool reprieve as you meander and get lost among the charming cottages and cozy dwellings that branch off from the main street. Each cobbled lane, each shaded alleyway offers a new, picturesque summer view. A hidden garden gate, painted a cheerful robin's egg blue. A porch swing swaying gently in the breeze. The joyous laughter from young children playing hide and seek behind the white picket fence of a manicured lawn. Bumblebees hover over climbing roses that drape down the fences. The blissful absence of cars makes for a quieter world. It also means you can let your guard down as you immerse yourself in the quiet, unhurried rhythms of Mackinac Island life. You make your way towards the Grand Hotel, a magnificent vision of pure white elegance crowning the highest bluff. You approach its iconic, sweeping long porch, feeling the immense weight of history radiate from its stately walls, imagining the ladies in their elaborate bustle dresses and gentlemen in their crisp summer suits who once strolled these very boards, enjoying the same panoramic views. You walk the grounds and discover an enchanting secret garden, a riot of blooms tucked away from the main thoroughfare. Here the air is thick and sweet, with the combined perfume of a million blossoms, a heady blend that overpowers the aroma of fresh grass and the freshwater lake. Indeed, no piece of the earth here is untouched by blooms that form a rainbow mosaic. Climbing roses heavy with bloom scale ornate trellises. Hydrangeas burst forth in magnificent globes of deep blue and soft pink, and delicate ferns carpet the ground, surrounding the floral display like a verdant, mossy embrace. Brilliant red poppies, purple-blue clustered bellflowers, and fuchsia and purple pansies form wide rivers of color. You walk across a wooden footbridge and take in the beauty of this secret paradise. You then wander beyond the garden to a serene fountain, soothed by the murmurs and bubbling sounds of the cascading water. Sunlight cuts through the prismatic mist, and tiny rainbows dance in the air. You lean in, watching the gentle flow, and with a heartfelt intention, you make a wish for yourself. You then imagine all the countless souls before you who came and launched wishes in the fountain over the past century. Their hopes and dreams still linger in the air like the tiny rainbows. In the same moment, you appreciate the breathable comfort of your attire, thinking of the fashions through the years. The peak of summer permeates the air, a golden, palpable warmth, tempered perfectly by the refreshing lake breeze. It feels wonderful to be in your body, which may have not been the case in an era of corseted dresses and fitted three-piece suits the original island visitors once endured. As the afternoon sun begins its slow golden descent, becoming fiery, you find a waiting horse and carriage, its polished leather gleaming richly in the sun. You settle into the plush, cushioned seats, feeling a pleasant sigh escape your lips as the familiar, comforting clopping of hooves resumes. The driver's friendly voice, deep and calm, offers snippets of island lore, inquiring about what brought you here. You tell him you're seeking a little peace, and he responds that you found the perfect place. The path leads you beyond the charmingly bustling village, past the manicured lawns of the Grand Hotel and the last of the elegant Victorian homes, and deeper into the island's wilder, quieter escape. The air grows noticeably cooler here, the crisp scent of pine soothing you. The carriage turns onto a less traveled gravel path beneath a canopy of conifers and pulls up to a secluded clearing, tucked away with lakeside views. You arrive at your secluded haven, affectionately known as the dreamer's shack. The 2-bedroom cabin has a modest covered porch with 2 rocking chairs facing the lake. Teeming with rustic charm, the exterior is comprised of naturally weathered shake siding. Its soft, gray, worn facade blends seamlessly with the bark of the surrounding trees and the silvery gray hue of the lake. You ascend the creaking steps and open the door to be met with the comforting scent of aged cedar, fresh-cut roses, and wooden logs. The interior is modernized, but maintains a timeless charm. Exposed coppery wooden beams gleam in the afternoon sunlight that filters through the windows and skylights. The beams span the ceiling, giving the space a grounded yet open feel. The walls, painted in serene nautical blue hues, radiate a sense of deep calm. A plush, deep-seated couch, laden with soft cushions and piles of satin toss pillows in shades of blue and silver, sits invitingly before a stone fireplace, hinting at cozy nights to come when the island winds truly blow. You set your small knapsack on a polished pine table by the door, feeling a wave of deep, unburdened relaxation wash over you. Sensing the storm may arrive soon, you do your best to squeeze the last drops of sunlight from the day and enjoy the lake with a sense of gleeful anticipation. You unpack a few essentials and then change into your swimwear and sandals. On the way out, you grab a plush, striped blue and white towel from a basket in the foyer. You step out onto the cabin's private, winding stone path, leading through a short stretch of pine trees with feathery branches susurrating in the breeze. The path leads to a secluded beach with 4 light blue Adirondack chairs arranged around a fire pit. You remove your sandals and drape the towel over the back of a chair. The fine, pebbled shore is cool and smooth beneath your bare feet, offering a foot massage. The vast, shimmering expanse of Lake Huron stretches out before you, its surface still catching the soft, diffused light of the late afternoon, though now with a hint of steel gray. You wade into the water, a tingling chill reaching your ankles as your body quickly adjusts to the refreshing lake. The water is crystal clear, and a faint aroma and a taste like a cold metal spoon fills the air once more. Once submerged fully, you float on your back, soaking in the last rays of sun that slice through the incoming clouds. The silky cool waves and fresh water aroma connect you deeply to the very essence of the Great Lakes, suspended between water and sky. You float with a sense of ease as yet another sigh escapes your lips. You watch the horizon and see the silhouette of Mackinac City in the distance. Massive dark and purple-gray storm clouds, heavy with rain, slowly roll in across the wide expanse of the straits in a theatrical and majestic approach. The last warm beams of sunlight dance on your arms and shoulders as you wade out, drying your skin with a fleeting golden warmth before the inevitable shift. Just as your feet touch the warm pebble beach, a noticeable wind shifts, sweeping across the water with a sudden, powerful gust, and the air around you becomes instantly, distinctly cool, carrying the scent of fresh rain. The first drops of rain are large and deliberate, creating big ripples in the center of the lake. You make your way up the path before they splatter on Mackinac Island. Wrapped in the sun-warmed towel, you settle into one of the sturdy, handcrafted rocking chairs on the covered porch. The wood is smooth and cool beneath your hands as you begin a gentle, tranquilizing sway. The sky transforms with breathtaking speed as the cornflower summer blues are replaced with churning, moody purple-gray tones, deepening with each passing moment. The storm front advances, painting the entire horizon with dramatic strokes of steely grays and deep purples and charcoal. The lake's surface below shifts from a shimmering silver to a reflective, brooding mirror of the sky. A sudden, single flash of lightning illuminates the sky. This jagged white streak against the inky canvas is followed moments later by a low, distant growl of thunder that rolls across the lake with a deep, comforting rumble. The rain falls steadily, a gentle, insistent drumming on the roof and sleepy patter on the grass and pines. The air temperature drops significantly with a sudden chill that makes you pull the towel tighter, your skin prickling pleasantly with the change until you are overcome by a chill. With a contented sigh, feeling perfectly at ease within this storm-soaked world, you rise and enter the cabin, leaving the chair to gently rock in the breeze. The air inside, though not yet cool, is on its way, though still slightly warm and much drier than outside. You head directly to the large nautical-themed bathroom. Ivory anchors and nocturnal sailboat paintings adorn the blue, wallpapered walls, with ivory wainscoting rising to the middle. You enjoy the warm shower as handcrafted lavender and honey soap from the mainland creates a rich lather on your skin, washing away the lake water. The hissing sound of the shower stream joins the steady drumming of the rain on the roof and windows, creating a layered soundtrack of soothing, falling water. Stepping out, refreshed and now warm, you towel off and change into linen loungewear, feeling a bone-deep sense of calm. Your muscles, soft like melting candle wax, bring a welcome wave of sleepiness. Feeling peckish, you make your way to the open kitchen area. The large windows, now entirely streaked with rain, reveal a world outside, plunged into an astonishing, almost early darkness. The sky is so heavy with storm clouds that nightfall feels imminent, despite the late sunsets of summer, which normally linger for hours. You remove soup from a cupboard and heat it in a saucepan atop the gas range of a cobalt blue antique stove. The temperature indoors has now dropped with the storm, and with a steaming mug of soup in hand, its warmth seeping into your palms, you pad over to the living room. You settle into the deep and inviting sofa, laden with plump cushions and chenille throws, feeling the pleasant warmth spreading through your body from the shower and the hot soup. You feel so sleepy. A delicious languor settling over your limbs. Your eyelids growing heavy. You curl up on the couch, pulling a soft, woven throw around you, and simply listen to the rain. The patterns form on the lake through the window, shifting, abstract designs created by the relentless impact of the raindrops on the vast surface, mesmerizing and ever-changing. The consistent, comforting sounds of the storm, the captivating imagery of the rain-streaked windows, and flashes of lightning that reflect on the lake's shifting surface conspire to bring an irresistible invitation to fall asleep early. You glance around the cozy interior of the dreamer's shack, observing the intimate details of your holiday abode as you rise and follow the stairs up to a bedroom loft. You sigh along with the creaking floorboards beneath your feet as you come to the stairs and ascend them carefully, one at a time. Inside the loft, the lavender gray walls are decorated with black and white photos of the Grand Hotel and the island throughout time. From small fishing holes to forested paths to the elegant masts of sailboats in the harbor. Colorful light filters through the stained glass shades of antique lamps. The bedroom perfectly captures the essence of Mackinac Island and the slow, easy escape from modern life that it provides. Rain pulses and streams across the glass of skylights overhead, creating shimmering, ever-changing patterns. A wooden four-poster bed sits in the heart of the bedroom, beneath the highest points of the A-frame ceiling, where exposed beams are draped in dried lavender. You pull back the patchwork quilt, its patterns nautical, and its fabric heavy and comforting. You glide between the crisp white percale sheets that feel cool, smooth, and crisp against your skin. Drumming of the rain on the roof, the soft, distant rumble of thunder, the lapping of the lake, and the gentle tapping on the skylights are the last sounds you consciously register as you sink deeper and deeper into the plush mattress. Your breathing slows, becoming even and profound. Your thoughts quiet and disperse, and you fall asleep, completely enveloped in the serenity of a summer storm at your charming cabin on Mackinac Island, dreaming of horse-drawn carriages and picturesque summers on one of the Great Lakes. You may at last let go and surrender to sleep, or allow the rain to carry you along to the next sleepy escape. Rainy night at the Lavender Inn. Amidst the highways and crowded strip malls of Long Island's suburban sprawl to the west, it's easy to forget the bucolic oases that the island contains, some of the most vibrant vineyards and most pristine beaches on the eastern seaboard of the United States may be found in its historic hamlets and among its fertile acres. And in just a few hours, one may escape the clamorous sounds and swampy heat of concrete summers in New York City to reconnect with nature and eras gone by. Since the 1630s, the North Fork thrived as a fishing community and maritime region during the days of whaling. The area was a quiet land where the sea whispered to the fields, and lives were built around the tides. For centuries, the land gave its bounty, and life was simple and bucolic. As time moved on, things seemed to speed up as the world outside grew louder and faster. Yet the North Fork held onto its quiet heart. People from faraway places began to discover its beauty, its fields of green, and the calming touch of the Long Island Sound. Vineyards replaced potato farms in the 1970s and 80s. The dreams of farmers looking to retire and start new ventures. By the 1990s, the North Fork saw a surge in new visitors, and their arrival inspired the transition of an old farmhouse into the Lavender Inn. When the family decided to transform the 19th century dwelling into a hotel, they remembered the hard-working families who came before, their spirits woven into the very wood of the building. They wished to share the peace of their home, offering a soft bed and a kind welcome to those who needed a little quiet in their lives. The inn became a haven for those seeking solace. The summer air buzzes with the sounds of bees and cicadas, and carries a scent of sun-warmed earth and the distant tang of the Atlantic. Though the air is quite humid, the Cross Island breeze caresses your skin with a soft kiss from the Sound, with undulations of warmth and coolness in the air current. You ride a vintage bicycle with a banana seat, restored by a bike rental shop near the train, refinished in a rich turquoise shade. Polished chrome reflects the gilded light of the afternoon sun. The breeze softly passes through the airy weave of your ivory linen attire, keeping away sweat and maintaining optimal comfort on this sun-drenched, slightly humid day. You pedal into the heart of a charming village where the population swells in the summer, yet not so much as it does in places on the South Shore. It still maintains a sense of quietude, rarely overrun with day trippers on weekdays like today. Quaint navy blue and ivory clapboard homes with blooming window boxes line the streets, their white picket fences enclosing vibrant gardens. Villagers and visitors, in their best summer attire, linger at outdoor cafes, enjoying fresh local fare under the shade of colorful umbrellas. Small children do their best to race the small drips of soft-serve ice cream in waffle cones that they balance with a deep concentration on their tiny hands. Restored antique convertibles and sports cars sputter in the streets, taken out of storage for the summer season. Their bright red and blue facades gleam in the sun. Small boutiques and artisan shops beckon with unique treasures, their open doors spilling out onto the sidewalks. A palpable sense of community and safety envelops the scene. You have a feeling of belonging in this slow-paced haven. You observe a group of friends sharing a brick oven pizza, their laughter light and carefree as they play hooky from their jobs in the city. Across the street, a woman in a flowing purple paisley dress and straw hat browses handcrafted jewelry, the sunlight catching the sparkle of the stones in the window display. Children run through splash pads in the small village square as tiny rainbows form around them in a halo of sunlight. Their joyful shrieks echo softly. This singular sound carries all the playfulness of summer. The main road narrows, leading you onto a quieter lane, canopied by mature trees, as the Cape Cod-style cottages become more sparse. The air grows stiller, the sounds of the village fading behind. The vintage bicycle glides effortlessly along the winding North Fork roads, a leisurely journey past endless rows of well-maintained vineyards, their waxy leaves shimmering in the golden light. Glimpses of the sparkling blue Sound peek through the lush foliage, where sailboats dot the coastline. The saltwater air is soon joined by a new scent, the unmistakable, heady fragrance of lavender, growing stronger as you approach the grounds of the Lavender Inn. The leaves overhead create dappled patterns of light and shadow on the winding silver ribbon of asphalt that leads you towards the inn. Cars slow as they pass, and drivers give a friendly wave in your direction. You ride down a hill, overcome with a childlike sense of freedom and joy. boundless as you accelerate into the afternoon light. A gentle breeze rustles through the branches, carrying the floral aroma closer. The hill leads you to endless rows of lavender fields in full bloom. Some guests picnic in the distance, with purple gingham blankets spread out on lush patches of grass. The wooden sign for the Lavender Inn appears, its hinges offering a soft squeak in the gentle breeze. The wood-burnt lettering spells out its name in the elegant penmanship of a bygone era, with grand loops and playful curls. The bicycle tires crunch softly over the glinting silvery blue stones of the drive as the grand white clapboard structure rises proudly against the backdrop of rolling lavender fields. Modern additions, seamlessly integrated to the building, hint at contemporary comforts without compromising its historic integrity. White picket fences enclose the property, framing gardens bursting with color, and the unmistakable purple haze of blooming lavender fields stretches out on either side. The postcard-worthy sight is instantly calming, a visual balm after your journey into town. You dismount the bike, leaning it against a weathered wooden bike rack at the edge of the drive. The air here is thick, intensifying the aroma of the lavender, a calming perfume that instantly eases any lingering tension. On the wide, inviting porch, a charming wicker picnic basket awaits, a thoughtful touch for guests, and promised with every booking. The innkeepers here are attentive to every detail, reaching out days in advance to ensure they are able to meet your needs and provide the perfect, easy getaway. You lift the smooth wooden handle of the basket. Its lightness is surprising, and the scent of freshly baked bread and ripe fruit wafts up. The porch swing sways gently in the breeze, and a portly Maine Coon cat sleeps on the deep purple cushions. You gather the basket and walk beneath the swaying tendrils of a willow tree, feeling the waxy green strands flutter over your shoulders. Sunlight filters through the canopy that sways like a hula skirt, creating mesmerizing patterns of shadows and light on the recently mowed lawn. The green scent of freshly cut grass fills the air, carrying a wave of pleasant memories. You follow a wood-chip path that leads you into the heart of the lavender fields. A newly engaged couple poses along the manicured rows, dressed in wardrobe reminiscent of the turn of the 20th century, as they duck beneath a buttercream-hued parasol and smile for the photographer. You nod and grin at them, and they wave in return. You wander through the rows of blooming flowers, where bumblebees get drunk on nectar and bask in the sun. The air is alive with their activity, and the vibrant purple stretches as far as the eye can see. You brush your hand against the soft petals, releasing an even stronger burst of fragrance into the air, with notes lingering on your fingers. You see movement ahead, and a fluffy white sheepdog emerges on the path. She ambles through the fields to meet you, her big fluffy tail wagging in a friendly greeting. She sits before you, waiting for a pet, her bum excitedly scooting across the earth in anticipation. She wears a purple bone-shaped dog tag that reads Chloe. You offer a gentle scratch behind her ears. Chloe's downy fur retains the sun's warmth beneath your hand, the texture feeling like tufts of cotton. Her eyes are gentle and welcoming. Without an invitation, Chloe decides to join you on your afternoon picnic. She trots happily beside you as you walk further into the lavender fields, the air thick with their fragrance. You discover a picnic table nestled amongst the rows of lavender, draped with a cheerful lavender gingham tablecloth. It's the ideal spot to settle for some time. Chloe lies down contentedly at your feet as you unpack a light snack prepared to your preferences. The sun warms your skin, a pleasant contrast to the gentle breeze that carries the distant sound of the waves and the susurrating rows of lavender. Puffy white clouds drift overhead, casting fleeting shadows that roll across the purple blooms. In this idyllic moment, a feeling of pure bliss washes over you, a sense of peace and contentment that goes bone deep. Chloe, having spent her day running around the farm, basking in the warm sun, curls up at your feet, falls asleep. Soon a soft snore escapes her, a gentle rumble that makes you laugh. It feels good to have a new friend who sought you out and was so quick to trust you. You finish eating and lose yourself in the beauty around you. The lavender fields stretch out before you, a sea of purple under the vast cornflower blue sky. In the distance, you can glimpse the twinkling deep blues of the Long Island Sound, a reminder of the nautical influences on this region through time. The sun, the scent of lavender, the gentle breeze, and the companionship of Chloe create a moment of pure serenity, a perfect escape from the everyday. A monarch butterfly approaches and hovers above Chloe's wet, coal-black nose. Her whiskers twitch, but she remains sleeping throughout the butterfly's visit. Satiated to the core, the afternoon feels like a sigh. A satisfying, soft burn in your muscles lingers from riding a bike through town and walking through the fields. You feel a yawn coming on as you notice a remarkable, unexpected shift in the air. The temperature becomes cooler as the winds pick up and the fields billow like incoming purple waves. Overhead, soft lavender gray clouds begin to gather, a subtle hint of the evening rain to come. The air feels heavy with the promise of moisture, and the rich blue skies are slowly overcome by storm clouds. You decide to retreat indoors, drawn by the promise of the inn's historic charm. Chloe stirs as you stand, and her ears perk up as she follows behind you. In the far distance, a misty sheet of silvery rain falls, moving in slowly, with enough time for you to make it back to the inn, safe and dry. You ascend the steps of the wraparound porch, where other guests are settled in rocking chairs and nestled in porch swings, enjoying the views while protected from the rain. Chloe stays on the porch, introducing herself to the other guests as you open the double doors and step through the grand entrance into the foyer. Rain begins to stream down the tall, mullioned floor-to-ceiling windows. The scent of beeswax and old wood mingles with the ever-present lavender. Oil paintings and framed oversized photos of the North Fork hang on the amethyst silk wallpapered walls, showcasing different eras throughout the past 50 years. Every piece tells a different story of the vibrant natural world and the joy people experienced in the region. To your left, a library offers a haven of quiet contemplation. Shelves of aged mahogany wood are filled with well-loved books, their spines a jewel-toned tapestry of diverse textures and varying wear and tear. Deep armchairs are upholstered in rich eggplant velvet and soft lilac linen, each positioned beside a slender reading lamp in the shape of purple flowers. Above, a copper-tiled ceiling catches the light, adding a subtle warmth to the room. Jars filled with a smooth, frosted sea glass and shades of pale lavender and deep violet sit on side tables. The rain comes down harder adding a cozy soundtrack to the space. On the walls, alongside framed botanical prints of lavender, hang delicate wreaths crafted from dried lavender sprigs, their fragrance sweeter and more subtle than the lively fields. To your right, the spacious main room exudes a sense of hominess. Overstuffed sofas and love seats in shades of deep plum are arranged around a grand stone fireplace. Above the mantelpiece, a collection of antique photographs captures scenes of North Fork and the shores of the Sound, with weathered pieces of driftwood and nautical rope work. On a nearby sideboard, an array of snacks and silver tea and coffee urns are arranged. Guests chat quietly, enjoying their bites and early evening tea. Further on, you discover a piano room where soft, jazzy melodies drift from a grand piano. The innkeeper's daughter, a poised young lady, no older than 14, sits behind the white grand piano. With kind eyes and a Mona Lisa smile, her graceful fingers play an array of familiar modern songs, each rearranged with a unique, soulful twist. The Maine Coon cat is curled up in a ball beneath the piano bench, purring to the music. You linger for a while, clapping when she finishes, and her smile broadens. She introduces herself and says she hopes to one day move to Manhattan and work on Broadway. One day she will, and will do very well for herself, only to long for these summer moments at the Lavender Inn, when her dreams were just dreams, untouched by reality, and full of an otherworldly, euphoric charm. Early darkness from the storm cast the Lavender Inn in dark purple-blue hues as candle sconces come to life, and you make your way up the stairs to your suite. Inside, the walls are painted in soft shades of lilac and periwinkle, complemented by crisp ivory trim and wainscoting. Mullioned windows offer picturesque views of the lavender fields, now heavy with rain. A crackling fire comes to life with the flick of a switch, as flames dance merrily in the black hearth, casting a warm glow over the room. The temperature outside has dropped significantly, and you feel its chill. Awaiting you is a delectable meal, artfully arranged on a small table by the fire. You settle into a plush armchair, gazing out at the changing light over the fields as you savor each bite. The decor is farmhouse chic, with elegant wooden furniture, hand-stitched lavender quilts draped over chairs, and delicate ivory lace curtains billowing gently in the breeze from the windows that remain ever so slightly cracked. You enjoy the contrast of the rain-scented night air and the warmth of the fire. You rise and enter the luxurious bathroom suite to draw a bath in a clawfoot tub, its exterior lined in a rich deep purple and its interior made of gleaming copper. The scent of lavender bath salts fills the air as you sink into the warm water. The large window beside you offering a tranquil view of the lavender fields as the rain falls in a steady, dreamy stream. You sink into the deep tub, resting your head on a pillow, and close your eyes. You revel in a sense of lightness, floating with each inhalation and sinking into the depths of the steamy water with each exhale. The patter of the rain brings you to the soft place between wakefulness and slumber, and here you stay for a few moments, enjoying the peace and sense of ease it brings. The sense that everything is right in this moment. Gradually you open your eyes and rise from the tub. You towel off and brush your teeth and settle into a pair of silky pajamas. Wells of deep appreciation arise when you consider how wonderful it's been to be in your body, to be in this special place on this magical day. You turn off the lights, letting the glow of the fire lead you to an elegant four-poster bed in the heart of the suite. Intricate carvings in the tall posts resemble twisting grapevines, a subtle nod to the region's vineyards. The crisp ivory bedspread and soft lavender pillows give the sense of floating on a cloud, your head resting among the lavender fields. Your mind draws out all the softness of this cherished time at the Lavender Inn. The gentle drumming of the rain against the windows, the soft linens against your skin, the subtle lingering scent of lavender and rain, and the gentleness and effortlessness of each breath in and out. Your eyelids grow heavy, and you drift once more between worlds, carrying with you all the beautiful moments of the day, so they may inspire the dreams that unfold in the night. The last thing you hear is the steady rhythm of the rain, whispering the promises of deep sleep to come. And somehow you know you may awaken to another brilliant sunny day. But for now, the rain is your sleepy friend, that serenades you. But you may at last let go and surrender to sleep, or allow the rain to carry you along to the next sleepy escape. Rainy evening at the Cotswolds Inn. The history of Chipping Campden is carved into the very stone beneath your feet as you explore on a rainy November. Chipping Campden means Market Valley, and the name depicts its roots and surrounding landscape of verdant lush meadows and greenery. The enduring charm of the Cotswolds is rooted in the oolitic limestone, a rock laid down over 160 million years ago, formed from countless tiny fossilized sea creatures, now known as the ubiquitous honey stone. On the gloomiest of gray days, and for some years in the Cotswolds, there may be many, these glistening timepieces bring golden warmth and a bone-deep sense of endurance and resilience. As you walk the high street, it's hard to resist reaching out and brushing your hand against the weathered texture. A tactile sensation that awakens visions of what the village was like when these walls were first erected centuries ago. They witnessed the medieval wool trade that helped Chipping Campden thrive. This limestone, rich with quartz and iron oxides, holds a gentle, comforting warmth, glowing softly and reflective from the light rain that causes the mustard gold texture to sparkle. In 1627, a wealthy benefactor by the name of Sir Baptist Hick built the now iconic open-sided market hall that stands proudly at the center of High Street. In an effort to protect market traders from the elements, it became a place where staples like cheese, bread, and butter were sold. There's a reverent and church-like feel to its arches, allowing for the autumn wind to sweep through while the stalls remain dry. Worn by time and constant trade, in the 20th century, it was nearly sold and sent to America before a trust stepped in and gave it new life and another chance. You stand beneath the eaves of Market Hall, sheltered from the spitting rain and comfortably adorned in a hand-knitted sweater and trench coat purchased at local Cotswolds shops. The veil of cool mist feels nice on your skin, refreshing and fragrant. You take in the beautiful simplicity of Market Hall. It stands as a low, proud rectangle of honey-colored limestone, supported by a dozen thick, round columns, their stone shoulders carrying the heavy weight of the roof above. Your boots land on the faint, worn interior flagstones, polished smooth by nearly 4 centuries of footsteps. You can almost hear the echoes of village gossip from many eras ago, for this gathering place was more than a market. It was a place to exchange stories and form connections, drawing people out of their thatch-roofed cottages and into the vibrant community. A few stalls are still set up, selling arts, local goods, and crafts. Come the holiday season, more celebratory festivities will fill the village center, but this late afternoon is a little sleepy in a good way. One stall features wide pillar candles that tell a story on their sides, with unique hand-painted landscapes of the Cotswolds throughout the seasons. You stop and observe how the artisan demonstrates this candle within a candle. The exterior is rich, with embedded natural elements. Fragrance of polished honey limestone gravel, dried sprigs of wild thyme, and pressed seed heads from the surrounding fields. The artisan explains that the exterior may survive indefinitely, while the interior wax may be replenished with new candles. A concept not unlike the 17th century stone cottages throughout the village, whose sturdy shells endure for centuries, while life constantly renews within. You select one of the candles, drawn by the beauty of a landscape that captures the essence of your favorite season. It contains essential oils that bring the aromatic notes of the season to life, and you thank the young craft artist for this beautiful candle as she wraps it in brown paper and twine and places it into your woven bag. You explore the other stalls, featuring lavender satchels and masks to help with sleep, and purchase a silk eye mask that contains dried English lavender petals. Despite the rain, other visitors and locals make their way through the market with a sense of cheer and deep appreciation. With your purchases in one hand and a large protective umbrella in the other, you make your way back down High Street. The street weaves along what was once a well-traveled path for horses and carriages. Coaching inns began to spring up in the 17th and 18th centuries. These inns, once bustling hubs where horses and humans could rest, carriages were repaired, and merchants exchanged news, remain today as stout, thick-walled inns, characterized by their massive stone hearths and low protective timber ceilings. The storybook feel remains in every weathered window mullion and slate roof tile. You window shop and peer into taverns as the sky deepens into charcoal gray in slithering lines of lavender and silver. The rain falls steady now, a metallic veil descending on the village. You are drawn to a tavern with cast iron lanterns that hang out over the cobblestone and illuminate the path. The gilded light and limestone walls of the dwelling reflect in the puddles that scatter your walkway. You're quick to avoid stepping in them, but pause to take in the mirror images that ripple with new raindrops. The child within you is stirred as you imagine another realm within the reflection. Perhaps another time. You can visualize horse-drawn carriages and candles flickering in windows as autumn leaves scatter the earth and wool is spun into yarn. You imagine what it might be like to gently drift into this realm for a while. The ding of the bell on the tavern's door brings you out of this pleasant reverie, and a rush of dry, fire-warmed air draws you in. You gently close your umbrella and place it in a tall brass urn and hang your coat on a brass hook on the stone wall. In the back of the tavern, you see the perfect nook to settle by an old wood stove with a roaring fire behind the soot-kissed glass. The ceiling is comprised of low wooden beams the color of dark chocolate, framing patches of ceiling the hue of marshmallows. The dimly lit dining area features flickering candles and antique sconces. The rain patters on the roof, streaming down the windows with more fervor as you settle. The aroma of Earl Grey tea and honey wafts on the air as you sit in a burgundy club chair facing the fire. A folksy ballad plays softly, layering the soundtrack of crackling and popping logs and rainwater cascading from the gutter. You place your order with a quick-witted server who has tufts of white hair sneaking out of his wool cap and a face that tells many stories with its deep laugh lines and ruddy complexion. He brings you tea as you acclimate to the warmth of the fire, feeling more like you are a guest in someone's home than at a public establishment. You are drawn into the comfort of a delicious and traditional English meal, a deep hearty stew served in a heavy stoneware bowl. The sounds of your spoon gently scraping the bottom of the bowl and the soft clink of your fork against the ceramic plate are intimate and soothing. The meal is complemented by thick slices of fresh, crusty bread, soft on the inside and perfectly warmed. The simple, nourishing ritual is a moment of pure, uninterrupted pleasure. restoring your body and quieting your mind. You take your time, savoring this beautiful moment that you get to share with yourself. You listen to the low, contented chatter of the other patrons as the tavern fills. Every now and then, you have a brief yet warm exchange with other souls before your attention returns to the glow of the fire. The tavern is alive with a sense of community, comfort, and safety on a rainy night. The warmth of the food settles deep within you, making your limbs heavy and your thoughts slow. The immediate liveliness of the tavern is a cozy, temporary shield against the elements, but a stirring desire to return to the inn comes to you all at once. And so, with a final, satisfying sip of your tea, you rise slowly, feeling thoroughly warmed and nourished. You retrieve your coat and umbrella, pulling the familiar weight of the trench around your shoulders. The heavy oak door opens, and the air immediately changes. The robust heat and sounds of the tavern recede instantly, replaced by the cool, refreshing, and clean shock of the rainy night air. The rain has settled into a steady, persistent beat that lands on your umbrella. As you begin your walk toward the quieter edge of town, the lights of the tavern fade behind you. Your footsteps become the primary sound, a quiet squish on the cobblestones. The rain falls in a dense sheet, creating a shimmering, gilded reflection of the distant streetlights on the wet paving stones. So present to this moment, you are surprised when a new sound cuts through the steady downpour. A distinct, rhythmic clip-clop of horse hooves. You pause, looking through the curtain of rain. Was that a carriage passing the town square? Or perhaps just a mounted shepherd returning to the hills? The sound echoes oddly, close yet distant, causing you to wonder if it was fully real or merely a phantom sound pulled from the 17th century memories held by the stone. You continue, finding comfort in the uncertainty, a gentle reminder of the timelessness of this old world. Whether real or conjured, the sound brings a smile to your face as you admire the bucolic charm of the Cotswolds once more. The rainwater splashes gently around your boots, the only sign of your journey through the historic darkness. You soon arrive at the Stone Manor Inn, standing just where the bustle of High Street gives way to a quieter, more residential calm. The large golden limestone structure looms with an imposing yet welcoming beauty. Your gaze is immediately drawn to the thick woody vines of an old climbing rosebush that winds romantically up the stone facade. It is now bereft of its bright pink summer petals, its branches dark and slick with rain, yet it still holds a beautiful sleeping charm that speaks of spring's promises. The rain drips softly from its tendrils onto the ancient stone below. You step across the threshold and into a small entry hall where you are greeted by the inn's current proprietor, Mary. She moves with a gentle, poised manner, her smile immediate and genuine. Mary was born and raised right here in Chipping Camden, but like many in her generation, she felt the call of the city and spent years working in publishing in London. She speaks softly of the relentless pace and the grey stone of the city, until one day she felt the deep, undeniable pull back to the ancient roots and the mustard-hued stone of her childhood. Mary has a nurturing presence, a quiet, fairy tale godmother energy that wraps around you the moment you meet her gaze. Without a word being spoken, she generates a warm, safe connection, a welcome that feels profound and genuine on this rainy night. The common room beyond the hall is bathed in soft amber light. Large autumnal arrangements of dried bracken, copper foliage, and deep purple hydrangeas decorate the mantelpiece and table, setting a cozy seasonal tone. The scent here is different from the tavern. Clean, cool air mixed with dry wood smoke and the faint, sweet scent of a burning beeswax candle. Mary guides you to the main hearth, which dominates the far wall. The fire here is older, deeper, and more magnificent than the one at the tavern. The logs offer a powerful, rhythmic hiss and crackle. Above the mantelpiece, a personal gallery of old sepia-toned photographs depicts various generations of the same family spanning the centuries. Mary points to the pictures with a delicate hand, her voice a soft, steady flow as she regales you with the inn's history. This building, she explains, is one of the first coaching inns established in Chipping Gamden, a lineage that runs back almost 400 years. You see photos of severe Victorian ancestors, of children playing in the same lobby in the mid-20th century, and a familiar face, a younger Mary beside a gentle older woman who must have been her grandmother. This inn has kept generations of familial history and enduring stability. A place where countless weary travelers have found comfort and a welcome break from the road and the weather. The heat from the hearth is intense, drying out the final remnants of dampness and cold from your coat, making your entire body feel heavy and deeply relaxed. After a brief final exchange, you say goodnight and walk down the short, quiet hall towards your suite. The hall is painted in calming shades of wine and deep shadowy purple, accented with plush dark textiles that echo the rich autumnal colors of the main room. You open the heavy wooden door and step into your cozy suite. It is immaculate and warm. In the corner stands a small, old cast-iron wood stove. You take the kindling and small log prepared for you and easily ignite a small fire. The tiny, sharp whoosh of air as the flame catches quickly turns into a delightful, intimate crackle, providing a personal source of warmth. Ready to cleanse yourself of the day, you remove your many layers and enter the ensuite. You turn on the shower and let the steam fill the air. A locally made bar of soap awaits you, richly scented with lush English lavender petals. The scent is deeply calming and botanical. The sound of the water contained behind the thick glass door is a soothing, continuous rush. You step out, met by plush, heavy towels that instantly absorb the moisture. You change into linen pajamas, soft and breathable, and return to the low, plush bed of the bedroom, feeling utterly clean and relaxed. You reach into your bag and remove your new silk eye mask and the custom candle you purchased earlier at the market. You place the candle on the deep sill of the mullioned window, its stone frame thick and protective. You light the wick. The rain outside still streams down the glass, but now the window becomes a canvas for beauty, reflecting the orange flame, doubling its beauty and creating a dynamic, gilded reflection. The Cotswolds is a world of these gilded reflections, old light shining on wet stone, history mirrored in puddles, and firelight doubled in glass and raindrops. As you settle into your personal suite, watching the flame dance and listening to the counterpoint of the rain on the roof and the small wood stove crackling, your body begins to feel incredibly heavy and tired. Every muscle releases its hold, and your thoughts slow to a serene, even pace. The warmth of the linen, the scent of lavender, and the visual peace of the dancing flame wash over you. Your eyes once more, your movements slow and deliberate, and gently blow out the candle. A delicate curlicue smoke trail rises and dissipates into the air, carrying your final conscious wish for peace. You return to the low plush bed and tuck yourself in beneath the quilt, the cool linen soft against your skin. You pull the lavender silk eye mask over your very tired eyes and draw inward, ready to drift across the beautiful bridge between wakefulness and slumber, letting go entirely. You listen to the unchanging, soothing sound of the rain and the fire, feeling the safe historic protection of the Cotswolds Stone Inn as you drift off, finding luxury, finding simplicity, finding comfort